OBS claims it's still streaming. Okay, well that's better. Sorry about that, my internet died. And exactly as I tried to stream. So anyway, good morning or evening or afternoon or wherever you're at. And welcome to episode 7 of The Lone Coder. So, sorry, if you've been watching any of the previous episodes, we're working on this thing that I call an infinite whiteboard. So it's basically a whiteboard that you can zoom in and out of forever, essentially. So I'll just show you what it looks like briefly. I was in the middle of doing some stuff, so I had to do some UI magic there. Let's see. I've been playing with, let me make sure I'm looking at my, let's see. Oh, here we are. Tell people I'm live. Okay. So, yeah, let me grab, I have a couple sample images I like to use, so let's grab those, get that up and running here. Yeah, I've got a few, I don't know why these are strangely compelling. They've got these faces and stuff, see, like this guy here. And like I said, my demo is this, so you go in here, up, inside his eye, what would it be cool if there was like another guy in there? Oh, and then we went into his eye, and then what if we put another guy in there, or a girl in there, whatever. And then we hit home, and we're, okay, we're back out. Yes, oops, that sucks. I don't know why, but every time my internet dies as soon as I hit streaming. Maybe it's just the router, maybe it stresses it, so I'm going to start restarting the router before I go live. Anyway, I'm here now. So, I was just giving a quick recap. This is the thing, this is the idea. Is that basically I can make a whiteboard where I can zoom in and out forever. You know, I can draw on it, you know, if I want to draw circles around this guy's eyes like that, I can do that. If I want to, you know, move things around, I can move them around. Put a note on him. You know, that sort of thing, right? So, you know, this is all well and good. And this is the front end, right? So I'm pretty happy with the way the front end is working right now, but it is literally just constructing things in the DOM on my local machine, and it's not communicating with the server and not doing anything else. And the goal is to actually have this world be shared by everybody who's on the site. So that is obviously a little more challenging than just doing this little drawing thing. So I have been working on the back end some already, and I'm using Golang language because I want performance. I want some serious performance, and Golang is a good way to get really high performance. So without any further ado, let's see where I left that, since I haven't actually worked on it the last couple days. I was in the middle of, okay, so I'm doing something slightly different with the structure of this app, because normally I would just make a RESTful web service, let's say, and I would use that to do all my communication with the server. So, you know, when I create a new you know, item, like I drop this note here, I'd probably do a RESTful request to the server and then wait for the response back and do all that. You know, using asynchronicity, using fetch and that sort of stuff. But I wanted to do something a little different this time. So actually, I'm building this API using WebSockets. And so if you're not familiar with WebSockets are always connected to the server. And they allow you to basically send messages back and forth between the client and the server asynchronously, right? So that at any point the server can send a message to the client, say, hey, this has happened. And at any point the client can send a message to the server and say, hey, I want you to do this. So it's going to make it a more, I hope, more efficient interface, because I can do things like, for example, like when I need to, you know, upload I'm going to upload, like I drop this image on my whiteboard. So what that's going to do is trigger a message to the server saying, hey, there's a new item at this location, it's this size or whatever, and I need to push the data up there, and that's a whole other issue. I might do that as a hybrid, but the thing is I'll send a message to the server saying, hey, there's a new item here, and then that's it. I forget about it. I don't care about it anymore. And later on, when the server has saved it to the database and everything's good, it'll send a message asynchronously back to the client saying, hey, there's a new item at this location with this ID or whatever. And so I'll be able to reconcile that in my client and show that it's loaded. So I'm thinking I'll visually indicate, like when you drop something here, it will be like transparent or something's going to indicate that it hasn't been synced to the server yet. And as soon as the server recognizes it exists, then I'll make it look real. So, but the good news about that is, see, that same mechanism can be used if somebody else drops an image. I'll get the same message, right? So I don't have to do as much special casing. Maybe I don't have to do as much duplication. So that is the idea anyway. So you'll see I actually have already gotten a web service connected here somewhere. Where's my web service messages? Let's see. Yeah, here's a WebSocket. And we got an open message, right? So I've actually written the code to open the WebSocket. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at that if you want. Go look on the client side. It's really pretty simple. Let's go look at my main JS file. Okay. So did I do it? Oh no, I didn't do it here. I did it actually in my component. So the view itself, because okay, so you notice this whole component here is one custom element, and the idea is if you implement the server connection inside there, you could technically have nested views and multiple views, and they would all have their own server connection and independent context. That would be cool. So the actual connection exists inside the view. So view, right? Let's go look for that. Okay, so here in the view, that's where I implemented all this WebSocket stuff. So you see how I handled it. I did it actually as a static. Okay, yeah, actually I lied. I'm going to only have one WebSocket connection for all the views because there really isn't a need to have an independent WebSocket connection for each view. They can share it, so it's a shared resource because the world, once again, is kind of shared, right? So, yeah. So what I did was I created these _WS static methods, right? So for example, there's a connect method. So if the socket already exists, we've already tried this, so we return. Otherwise, I have to get the current URL, and the WebSocket connection is just basically the current host name. You know, WSS means WebSocket Secure, so it's a WebSocket Secure connection to the local host, or to the, you know, whatever the host name is of the page, /API/WS, right? And if you're not familiar with how WebSockets work, you probably have to read a tutorial on. But what it essentially does is it starts as an HTTP request, right? But then there's a it's called an upgrade or whatever. Send an upgrade command to the server, and then the server uses the same socket connection, but now the protocol changes, and it allows you to keep that socket open and do asynchronous messaging. So what I do is I construct a new WebSocket object. And then I set all of these handlers on my static methods. And you have to do this arrow notation to do a closure so you end up with the correct this context. Otherwise, it's a problem, which I found out the hard way. I was getting this weird bug where I would get the open event, but this was actually equal to the socket object, and that was weird. So, but anyway, that's all sorted out now. You'll see that the 4 events that are really interesting here are when the socket is open, when I get a message from the server, when there's an error, or when the socket closes, right? So the open event, I did some basic message queuing. So because there can be issues where you start to open the socket and you send a message really quickly and the socket's not open yet. So you'll see here in send message, okay, if the socket exists and it's already ready, so this means it stayed open, just send the message and get back. We said everything was great. Oh, I actually want to probably return false here. So otherwise, I push it into the queue, right? And then if the socket doesn't exist, or that the it's not trying to connect actively right now, we try and connect again. So we call WS connect again, right? I probably need to rethink this retry logic too, because there's probably a scenario where the server disconnects, and so the socket goes from open to like to closed or whatever, and so the socket object will exist. When I come back in here to connect, it still exists, so I won't retry this logic. So I might have to do something in here. Actually, I can just do it right now, because basically it doesn't matter which of these it is. If there is no socket object or the state isn't connecting, we'll just set the socket to null, and that works either way. And then we reconnect. Okay, so that logic should be good. So as you can see, once again, we come in here, you know, we got our open event, right? And what I was doing for testing earlier, okay, so I've actually written some of the server logic already. So let's take a minute to talk about how how the server is going to work. So the server is written in Golang. So if you're not familiar with Go, it's open source programming language that Google came out with. It's intended for concurrent programming, so for multi-threaded, high-performance kind of server stuff like this. And so I'm not super familiar with it. I've done one decent-sized project in it just to play with it. So this is a good chance for me to kind of brush up on my Go and get used to it. So what I've done is I've organized most of these things. Okay, so the project is set up as a the main entry point, right? And all this thing does is set up the server, and then it uses this API module that I created here. So I put all that code in a separate module over here. Well, actually, it doesn't have anything in it. Oh, yeah, it does. Where it just basically uses this. Okay, so you're familiar with most web frameworks like Express in Python and Node and things like that. You use routers, right? So you have URLs that match particular endpoints in your application, and then you map those to functions that handle them. And so the way I'm handling that here is I delegate all these API calls to this API endpoint, and then I call the library, and the library sets up the routes. So here in the init function, well, actually that's something else, but where is it? In main Go. Yeah, there's an add routes function which actually adds this /WS endpoint, which will do the WebSocket connection, right? So whenever the app initializes, it calls that. So now /API/WS will call this function called WS Connect, and that's defined over here in the WS module, the WebSocket thing. So it took me a while to figure this out because, okay, so things in Go are a little different than I'm used to with JavaScript or Python or any of the other dynamic languages. So in dynamic languages, reading JSON is like the easiest thing ever. You read the JSON message and it produces a dictionary, and you can just reference it and you're fine. But in Go is not dynamically typed like that. So you kind of have to, the built-in libraries do what's called marshalling and unmarshalling. So basically they take the JSON document and they put the contents into a structure, or they take them out of the structure and put them in a JSON document. So it's kind of a chicken and egg issue because from the client. So the convention is on the client, I'll send a message. Let's see. So let's find a message here. Wait, is it in? It's in here. Yeah, WS send. So when I log in, for example, I send a message. It has two fields. It has the message type, which is this message login, and then the email, right? And that's fine. But then on the server, the problem is that I would have to know in advance what those two fields were before I could read them. So like I can't just have, well, I couldn't have a different message for login and another message for create item and another message for, query items or something like that, because I would have to know in advance which message it was before I could unmarshal it. And so I thought about that for a while and kind of wrestled with it. And what I've decided to do, and actually this is kind of cool, the way the marshalling and unmarshalling logic works here in Golang, it only populates fields that exist. So what I can do is create one single message structure that has all the fields for every message I ever want, and it will unmarshal them, and the ones that don't exist in the code coming from the client will just be blank, right? So, right now this doesn't make much sense, but it will in a minute. So what I'm saying is essentially, when I do a login message here, if later on I do a create item message and it doesn't have an email field, then over here this email string will be blank. So to test all this, I had actually done I had done a little bit of a loop back. I'm gonna do that again just for kicks to see if hopefully I didn't break it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let's see. Baby steps. Okay, the server ran. So now if I come in here and I click login, you'll see what happened. It went round trip. So we look at the server. The server received this message, initiate login, the initiate login message, right? With this means at gmail.com as the email, right? And it sent it back to the client. And you'll see the client received the same message, login. So that message went round trip, ping pong to the server and back, right? So, and you see how I read it. I just basically took this client message structure, unmarshaled it into that struct up here, right? And then I can look at the message type, the message field, right? And then I can just call whatever function I want. So in this case, I'm calling initiate login. Now, that's even more structure I started adding to this app. So I created a new module called user.go, didn't I? Or let's see. ws.go has initiate login, right? But what it's going to do is it's going to call this new user module to actually initiate the login. So this is one of the tricks it takes a while to get the hang of when you're writing applications that are more complex. Basically, you need to figure out how many layers of complexity you need to make your application easy to understand. So a frequent problem that new programmers have is they try and put way too much functionality into one method, right? Or one function or whatever. And that function becomes a monster and it's just impossible to understand it all at once and it's really hard to debug. But so the trick is not just knowing when it's time to break your function into two functions, but when it's time to break your logic into multiple layers. So for example, this WSConnect function literally is a message loop. If you see how it works, it initiates this handler, right? And the handler has a callback function, and this thing runs forever. It sits there waiting for the client to send something, and then it processes it, right? Now this is simple. Right now it's pretty simple, but later it's going to have to be a little more complex because it's going to have to wake up occasionally and send things back to the client. But so this is a fairly important method, and so the trick is to keep this first focused on one thing, and I've read that somewhere else, somebody's idea of basically each function should just do one thing. And so what this one does is it handles communication with the client, and it basically will handle all the sending and receiving stuff, but that's it, and it shouldn't really do anything else. So that's why I delegated this initiate login logic down here, right? So now for all I'm doing right now is just I'm logging it. But the next thing I'll be doing is this is going to be kind of the bridge, be the bridge between the web message, right? And then my internal API, which will deal with users. And the good thing about that is I can implement my user structures and things independent of the web, because you'll need them in other places and things. It's really nice to have your internal API be clean and not dependent on things like web context and reading, query strings and stuff. So that's what these functions are for. These functions are to map between the web and the backend API, right? So that's a lot, but so essentially that's where I'm at now. So I've gotten this whole round trip working, right? And we did see that actually called the initiate login method, right, or initiate login function right here, right? So that's cool. So the next thing I was getting to when I stopped, and this all happened after the Monday stream. Like I said, I'm trying to get this thing done sooner, so only 4 hours a week is not quite enough to get it done as fast as I'd like, so I have to spend some more time on it. But I'm going to be using MongoDB as the server backend, right? So I was just starting to play with MongoDB here in Go when I stopped working last, and I actually had just created a module, but then it broke my build and I couldn't get the server running again this morning, so I just deleted it. It was literally a blank file. But let's go ahead and okay. So initiate login. So what does that look like? We need to create a a user structure, right? So we'll have a structure for each user in the system, and that will have some functions that will allow us to start the login process. And so the way I'm going to handle the login process, it's pretty simple, and it's actually, this is my favorite way of doing logins now, and I'll kind of show you, because I'm OAuth, everybody loves OAuth, but it's just kind of a pain, and why do I have to give Google access to my users and stuff? I really don't want to do that. Everybody pretty much has an email, and your email is kind of your key into everything anyway. If you think about it, it's like if someone has your email address, they can easily reset your password and all that stuff generally. So I'm skipping the middleman, and I'm just using email addresses as the actual login mechanism. Sorry, I'm fixing my bracket on my desk. What happened to it here? It's like falling off or something. I don't want it to fall on my head. Is it broken? Okay, there we go. So let's take a quick look at this login sequence and see how that was going to work. So go to OBS. Yep, sorry. All right. So once again, using my high-tech tools here. So here's how login works, right? So you got the client, right? server. So what happens is the client sends an initiate login request. So initiate, right? And then the server will create a secret. So it's basically just a secure UUID. UUID, if you're not familiar with that, a universally unique identifier. Okay, and well, basically the user account's ID is their email. So theoretically, if you control the email, you control that account. That's what I'm thinking. So you send your email. I take that secret. I send it to the email. Right, and then some dude over here clicks OK on the button in his email, which then goes back to the server, verifies that the secret is equal, right? It's like, are they equal? Yep. Then it's OK. So now that user session is authenticated. So then I send another UUID back, a session key, basically. Can I spell session? S-E-S-S-I. Session key. So I send a session key back, and that gets stored in the client. And then from then on, you send that session key back, and then we're in business. We're basically logged in, right? So it doesn't seem complicated. It seems like it should be more complicated, but it's actually it's robust. I mean, there's no way you can guess this secret, because the trick is you just make sure that the secret is never revealed to anybody except the person who owns that email. And if you do that, then it works fine. So that is how we're going to do login. And so in order to finish that, first of all, I had to find a mail service, and that took me a while. I think if you saw that last episode, I was messing with that forever. But I did get it working, so that was good. And so now let's go back into here. So the way this would normally work, I'm just trying to think about how to structure this in Golang. Because what I want to do is I want to essentially ask my user system, hey, give me the user for email address XYZ. And it should return the user object that is associated with that email address, or create a new one if we don't have one. So I'm just trying to think how to do this in Go. Let's go ahead in here, and we'll create a new struct. Yeah. Type, what is it, type? I have to look up the syntax because I have not been doing Go very much lately. So actually, was that it? Is that right? Yep. Type. Okay. And so their unique key is email, right? Okay, the other thing I'm going to want is, let's see, what else do I need to know, really? Okay, so login sessions. So a login session, the way I've done this in other applications, you don't want to allow people to have like an infinite number of logins. Like if they log in, if somebody steals your password, steals your email account, you don't want them to log in on 50,000 computers or whatever. I don't know why that would even happen, but so I tend to have like a finite number of simultaneous logins. Like if you're logged in on your computer and your laptop and your phone and your other phone and your tablet, and you go to log in on that sixth device, I'm going to kick one of your sessions out just because I don't want one user hogging everything. So what I tend to do is have like a list of sessions in the user object, and then I just kick out the oldest one. So let me figure out how to code that in Go. So let's see. Session, right? Go session ID. Okay, so here's where you want to take a minute. See, I was tempted just to stick a string there, but different languages handle UUIDs differently, and so it's actually a worthwhile exercise to go and see how does Golang deal with UUIDs. And let's go see that. Let's see what Golang says about UUIDs. Okay. Yeah, I don't need that. All right. So there's some, there's a package by Google as well. There's like a built-in, oops, please don't. All right, let's see. Oh, that's exact. No, we don't want to do that. I think that's probably calling. It's thinking about calling like a UUID utility. There's a UUID gen, which is a command. We're not doing that. So let's look at Go's. Let's look at the Google library. I bet it's going to show up here somewhere too. Official implementation right there. Okay. Very cool. Okay, so this is the official Google UUID library. Byte array. Okay. Well, okay, let's do this then. We're going to use this library. The question is, I'm just trying to figure out how I want to store this UUID. Okay, so the trick with that is, you know, you've heard the principle dry, right? Don't repeat yourself. So this structure is going to get marshaled into MongoDB. And so MongoDB is a little weird if you're not familiar with it. It looks like it's storing JSON documents, but it's actually storing BSON documents, binary. What is it? Binary script object notation? I'd never really looked up the expansion, but BSON, it allows you to store binary stuff as well as strings and things. But I'm trying to remember, does BSON support UUIDs? Okay, let's see. See if anybody's done this exact thing. Interesting. Mongo Go driver UID decoder. So what this is telling me is, oh, where am I live at? Oh, hey, let me get. Is it unlisted or something now? Oh, hey guys. Is it? I thought I was making this thing unlisted after it's recorded, but it's looking like. Let's see. Maybe it's unlisted or something. Sorry, I'm messing with my live stream stuff over here now. Who's not good at mechanics of live streaming? This guy. How do I get the link? There we are. Oh man, that sucks. All right. Let me see if I can fix this issue of not appearing to be live. It's like I'm trying to not be seen somehow. There, I popped out the chat. There we go. Oh, okay. How can I make it visible to everyone? Do I have to end it to do that? That would kind of suck. Can I change that? I think it's because I did something stupid and made this thing unlisted. That's what I did. Let's make it public. Let's make it public. Boom. Hopefully that will help. Hey, welcome. You've just increased my viewership by 50% just by yourself. That's awesome. So Welcome again. Sorry, I guess I made my stream unlisted, so maybe nobody could find it. Okay. Well, once again, software. I'm pretty good at software stuff, but I'm not so great at streaming and live streaming and promotion stuff. So let's see here. All right, so let's resume our Golang stuff where I was at. So to recap, we're working on the back-end library to manage users and things like that. So the idea is I will organize my project into, like I was talking about, layers. So like this is the WebSocket API. It's responsible for receiving messages from the client and dispatching them to the back-end API, if you'd call it that. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a couple of different structures here in the back end that will help me manage users and sessions. So essentially, a session is when a user is connected to the back end, and has authenticated themselves, and they're allowed to do stuff, right? So I'm going to, I'm sorry, just making sure I'm not missing any other questions. So the back end will be responsible for managing users, managing sessions, authentication, all that kind of stuff. So after investigating, we just kind of went down into how does Go deal with UIDs and how can we store them in MongoDB. And what I've settled on is I'm just going to store it as a string because it's just too much work to do it any other way. So I'm still going to use the Golang, the Google official UID package to come up with the UIDs, but I'm not going to store them as a byte array. So you see it's a 16-byte array, 128 bits or whatever. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to store it as a string, just because it's a lot easier, especially storing it in the database. So let's go ahead in here. So session ID is going to be a string. And what else do I need in this session? You want to know when it was created, probably. Somebody used TS to mean timestamp. So timestamps in Golang. There's going to be a lot of this today because once again, Golang's not one of my stronger languages. I've used it a little bit, but not much. Let's see. These guys are talking about Unix timestamps, which I guess is okay. Really want UTC ISO. So I want, okay, there we go. So that will give me a UTC time. And that is pretty much exactly what I want, kind of. That will be good enough, I guess. See, this is another one of those decisions when you're not real familiar with the language, you want to take a minute to think about it and read about it a little bit. Because I'm going to be dealing with these off and on a lot. Let's see, so storing time MongoDB. Let's see what people say about that. Yep. Well, this is the best way just in general to store it in MongoDB. The data object. The ISO date. Okay, let's see. They're both ISO dates, right? Okay, cool. All right, so the question is, Golang, how do I do that? Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm kind of having to educate myself on Golang and Mongo and how they work with each other. I've done a lot of Mongo stuff, but mainly in Python. So let's go ahead and see about marshalling stuff. Oh, okay. Well, that seems pretty clear. All right. Yep. Yep. Okay, there's a CRUD example. So, let's see, does Golang have, is there a type for that in Golang? There is a time package. what is the type of that? Time.time. All right, so there's a time.time type. Monatomic clock. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right, cool. So let's try that time.time. So we're going to do some imports here. Import time, right? And let's see what else. I want that UID package, right? What's the actual package ID? There it is. Okay. Here's one of the other things that is kind of annoying about Golang is yeah, if you leave an unused reference in there, it will not allow you to compile. So okay. Let's see if this compiles. I kind of doubt it will, but let's go see. Oh, it compiled. All right, ship it. It's done. It compiled. Okay, let's see. Also, sorry, I'm going to periodically try and check. This is why I didn't want to run two chats. Nope, this is not Java. This is actually Golang, so it's a different language. Yeah, I've been trying to get people in Discord, but then I'm afraid people are trying to talk to me in YouTube, and I had it disabled for the last stream, so I'm trying this new strategy where I allow chatting in both. Maybe that's not a good idea. But anyway, so yeah, this is Golang. It's not Java. So it kind of is. Golang is a little bit C-like. It looks a little bit like C, but they've obviously added some stuff to it. So let's look at what we need to do to actually get a user object for a user that doesn't exist yet. So the way I tend to do those things is like you want to have like a factory. I was talking to somebody about factory methods or something. So it's going to be a factory function that's going to return a user object based on an email address. And so let's see, we'll do it user from email, right? So email is a string, and it's going to return a new user object, right? Let's see, or a new user struct. They're not really objects, they're structs. So this is another one where I'm going to go ahead and refresh my memory on Golang. Let's look at the factory pattern and see if I'm right. How I want to do that. Okay. Hey, Nave, you gonna dig this one? Here we go. This is the iGun pattern. Here we go. Let's see. The gun factory. Okay, so it's an interface. So they're doing an interface, and then they're doing a struct that implements that interface, I guess. Okay, now I remember. So this is kind of how it works, I guess. Yeah, this is how you do methods. Not really methods, but they're the equivalent of methods or whatever. Okay. Okay. Yeah, but I'm not going to create an interface because this is not really this is to do some sort of a multiple inheritance thing or whatever where there's polymorphism. I'm not going to do any polymorphism here. So I can just do something as simple as user from email, and that returns. How do you do returns? So funny, I don't remember how to do return types. I also want to refresh my memory on this too. Just skip to the end. It's good bits. Okay. Not like that. Yeah, that's the bit, but That's like the constructor or whatever would be. Let's see. Whoa. What? What? I think it's finding me a construction company. Hold on. In Thailand. Yeah, it's not OOP really, but even though it's not OOP, we still do OOP-like stuff, so. Let's see. Init method. Oh yeah, I was trying to remember that. It's the init method, right? What is with this guy's code, man? Let's see if we can find a better article. Okay. Oh wait, this is something else though. I'm already using that for something. Let's take a look at structs. Yeah. Oh, I see. New console. Okay, so, yep, all right. So that's kind of what I want to do. All right, good enough. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Okay, later on we're going to find it in Mongo, but for now we're going to do turn user, and then the syntax is, yeah. Right. And it's got to return a reference to, that's how I'm going to read that, reference to user. Okay. So does this compile? Well, I'm not convinced. But what I can do is I can kind of test it out. So we'll go over in here and we'll say user equals user from email client message dot email. Okay. And then we'll log that. How about that? See what happens. Where is my window? Here. Boom. Okay. Well, all right. I'm always suspicious when things work that easily. I feel like there's something wrong. That was too straightforward. But you know, we'll take the win, I guess, while I can. But yeah, this is making me nervous. Okay, so that logic seems to work. I'm creating a user object. Okay, so now that we have a user, the next thing we need to do is we need to initiate the login process, right? And so that means basically we're going to create a session. So I got to think about how I want to manage that session creation thing, right? So the question is, do I have like does the initiate session function send the email itself, or do we send the email somewhere else? Because let me think. This is where you get into the separations of concerns things, right? It's like, you know, it's convenient to stick the email sending in the constructor for your session. But, you know, if I want to do a different login method later or something, it's not quite as clear, you know, how I would separate that out. So I am tempted to not put, I'm not going to put the email logic here in the user module. I'm going to put that, I'm going to handle that over here in the actual WebSocket initiate login function. So like initiate login is going to get the user, right? And then it's going to initiate, it's going to have to get a new session object. So what we're going to have to do is now we're going to create a method on this user object to create a session. So I wonder if there's a Is there a convention for that sort of thing, or it's like, I guess we can call it new session or something. So let's see if I can remember the syntax. I don't think I can. So it's like, is it going to be you as in user or something like that? But is it reference or something? Okay, let's go look. Structure, function, syntax. Wait, no, not that. I need to find a nice Golang cheat sheet where it's got all the syntax in one place and I can just see it. Well, that's not good. Okay, let's see. Maybe I can find a good Golang cheat sheet. Let's see, functions. Maybe struct. Oh, that's useless. All right, so this is not helpful. What a better Golang cheat sheet. Array slices maps. Nope. Code string format. Nope. Maybe this. Nope. Well, I feel like there's stuff on the bottom of this one we use. Good. This one looks more promising. Structs and methods. Okay. So blurry though. Let's check this one out. All right. Upload? I don't want to upload that, but Pinterest? It's a Pinterest? Oh man. Fine. Let's see. Whatever. I can't believe I found something on Pinterest. Can I find the source of this thing? I should have done that anyway. geography.com/70653653/7920. Deleted. Deleted. Okay, well that's fun. But it still exists. It's crazy. Okay. Abbreviation rules. Why name is important. Golang. Close that ad. I saw structs here somewhere. Declarations, functions, variadic functions, values and closures. Where's structs at? This is a kind of a cool cheat sheet without all the ads. Would be nicer, but not that. Tell you, man, nothing is easy. Hello, Word. Okay. Quality is important sometimes. Let's see. But that's pretty much what I wanted. That's what I wanted to see there. Okay. So, all right, let's see how this goes. Just to verify that what I thought was right was right. Okay. Users, we're going to say new, create new session. Now, I'm not sure if I should just say new session or create new session. We'll just say new session because I guess it kind of does tell us what's going on, and that returns a session structure, right? Okay. So, so we got the session ID. We also need to have the session secret. As I was showing you before, like the ID is going to be visible on the client because we need to, be able to find that session later. But then the secret is the thing that we send them that nobody else knows. So when they click on it in their email, we can authenticate them. So, so we create this new session object. We're going to just return. And let's see. And what's the syntax for that? Look at the cheat sheet. Not that cheat sheet. We can return a new struct. What's that look like? Yeah, okay, just like that. So it's going to be session ID is going to be, okay, so we got to get UUIDs. So now, this is the trick of programming, right? We got five levels back in the stack, we were looking at this UUID module. So let's see how we can construct a UUID. There's way more info than I really wanted here. Where are the examples at? What is a new string? All right. Well, that I'm liking. UUID.newString. All right, I'm loving it. UUID.newString. Okay. And the create timestamp is going to be, I think, time.now. Is that right? If anybody's a Golang expert, please hop in the chat, man. Save me. But yeah, I kind of knew this was going to be the deal today. It's going to be kind of hard. So, like, if we're doing this in Python, I know most of that stuff cold, but Golang, I'm having to work at it. Okay. So, all right. So what this is doing right now is it's creating a new session, but that's not enough, right? So we need to actually store that session in the user object, because we want to know what sessions are associated with what users. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll do this here. Session equals that new session object, and we'll return it, I guess. But we also want to add it to the user. So now the user also needs an array of sessions. Now, let's see how I'm going to do that. What is the syntax for declaring? I think it's like, is that right? Where's my cheat sheet? So many buttons. Okay, let's see. It is, okay, brackets, then data type. Okay. So right now I'm leaving it open. I guess I could do a fixed size array because I told you I'm going to have a limited number of sessions you can have active at any given time. The only trick with that is then I got to manage what's in each slot, like they could be null or something like that, which I guess is okay. Let's just roll with this for now and see what happens. So Let's see, append an item to an array. Yeah. Yeah, append. Okay, well, it's easy enough. So I think all we got to do is append u dot sessions session and return. Now, if that all worked as intended, user dot use session. Okay. And now if we dump the user object, we should see that session in the object if that worked as I planned it to work. Nope. So let's see. User.go line 25. What do we got? 25. Oh, what the hell am I doing here? That's crazy. Uh, 29. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I know what's going on here. These commas. I think those are not needed, right? Expected new line 27. Oh, are they needed there? Okay, I guess they maybe are needed. Composite literal possibly missing. Do you have to put a trailing comma here? Maybe you do. Aha! You do have to do that. Okay. So meanwhile, oh yep. All right, finally get to include that. No package. Okay, go get. Yeah, okay, let's do that. I thought it was going to do that for me, but apparently it's not going to do that for me. All right. And now, all right, cool. So now we're getting to the point where things are not happening. Let's see here. Okay, wait. First, a couple things here. Append type session is not used. Cannot use a session variable type. Ah, okay. So I was trying to append a session reference, but okay. So this is getting into that whole reference value problem, right? So I think I can just dereference it and it should work. But let's find out. Okay, append use value of type session is not used. This is a problem, but I don't even know how to solve it. Let's see. Okay. The trick with any of this stuff is knowing what to search for. So let's search for raise instruct golang. How do you use a struct of array? I want the other thing. I want a struct variable with array. Accessing a struct variable. Okay. How do we do that? That's a good question. Profile email, right? This is almost exactly the same thing I was trying to write. Kind of. Not really. All right, let's see here. So, I wonder if I give it a finite size, if that would solve my problem. Let's just do that. This is temporary, but we're going to try this for now. Actually, it did kind of work. All right, so let's go ahead and temporarily print that out just so we have something here. Okay. All right. So now let's click the button. Boom. Okay, now what do we got? Oh, that's looking pretty sweet, actually. So you'll see what now we have a, okay, there's our user object, right? and it has, yep, it has a bunch of empty sessions in it, right? Well, it should have one good session and then a bunch of empty sessions, but let's read this. Let's see here. So why is that one empty? I mean, that one should have something in it, I would think, but oh, I know why it is. I think. Let's see. Well, no. Okay, so now, once again, the whole reference versus value problem. All right, so user from email is not returning a reference, it's returning a copy of the user object at that point. So when I update it later, then the update is not reflected. This is one of the tricky things to learn in any new language, is how that gets handled, right? So, so I can return a reference, I guess. What if I do that? And then this takes a reference, right? Is that right? This is I'm gonna do some trial and error here. No, that's what I thought. Yeah. Nope. Okay. So let's figure out the. Well, let's see. What? No, that shouldn't be the case. Why is that? Okay. Should be back to where we started. So what am I seeing here? So, I think there's another. Oh, I know what I would do too. Let's do this. If you put a hash in front of v, I've learned that it dumps the Golang struct for that object, for that struct. So it's a little easier to deal with. Okay, let's do that. So now I'm seeing a lot more. Email, all right, sessions 5. Yeah. Yep, didn't do much. So, why is that? Because I need to get a reference to the user, maybe? Okay, let's see here. Time for a refresher on methods in Golang, I guess. A receiver, all right. A pointer receiver, that's what I want, a pointer receiver. Maybe I want that, let's see. Let's see. Let's try it. So now we're groovy. Look at that. So the first session is now populated. Very cool. Okay. And the rest of them are still empty. So the way to handle this is, okay, so we're going to have to do a little bit of logic to manage the session array, but not a huge deal. Let's see. the way I want to handle it is this. So basically, the earliest slots in my array will be the oldest sessions, right? So I'm going to add them in sequence. And then when I add one, I'm using MongoDB. That's what I'm going to be using today, doing some NoSQL stuff. So, good question. Thanks for the question. The question was, what database are you using? And so, yeah, that's the other thing is I'm trying to construct something that I can easily marshal and unmarshal into Mongo. So, the ID will basically be use the first empty session available in the array, and if there are no empty sessions available, I need to shift the array one left, basically get rid of the first element and shift everything else to the left and then append the new session at the end. So there's a couple things I want to do to clean this up. Let's say, what's the convention for constants? I think they're all uppercase, but let's see. Camel case. People keep saying that, okay, this is a little pet peeve of mine. They keep saying this is camel case, but this is really title case. It's not really camel case. There you go. See? Yeah, same database. Great minds think alike. Yeah, I'm going to be using title case. They keep saying camel case. Like, title case is good enough. So now I want, let's see, constant. Go naming conventions for constants. Boom. Const, right? Okay, so const. So we're going to add this here. We're going to say const sessions equals 5, let's say. And if this is accurate, then max sessions, it should work. Okay, make sure I didn't break anything. This is the other trick. It's like just test every little thing, man. Just don't write too much code because you're going to spend a lot of time going crazy if you try and do 5 things and try and debug them all. So this is still good? Okay. So now we have made this a little bit cleaner. And let's go to our logic down here and find a place to put the session that's not just hard coding into slot 0. So, I'm trying to think if I need to, do I need to do anything else with sessions? Like, do I need to create some further methods to help me with the session array, or should I just do it here in new session? It's possible you might delete a session, cancel a session or something. So yeah, okay, that's what we'll do. So here's how we're going to handle it. And we'll just do this to make the code a little clearer too. So func u. So I want to know the difference. Is it more efficient to do? I just want to know what the idiom is. Let's see. Right. If you want to modify it, you got to do a pointer receiver. If you don't need to edit the receiver value, use value receiver. Yeah, okay. So I was just reading this really quickly, and it's like, I think I'm just going to go with pointer receivers for everything, for consistency's sake, so just to keep myself from going crazy. So next, free, so next, get, let's see. Next session slot, how about that? We'll call it that. And I'm even having to look up, like, what's an integer? What's an array index here? I just use int. Fine. I'll use int, even though, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna use a uint because I can do what I want. Because, oh, actually, well, is that true? Everything is difficult, guys. I'm gonna do it int because if there are no slots available, I'll return -1. Okay, so, I gotta look up how to do a loop in Golang. Okay, 4. Yeah, 4. That's what I thought. So, for is less than. Okay, and I'm gonna get the len sessions. So while we're not at the end of the session array, and that slot is full, nil, is that right? Empty. Is there a ternary operator? Yeah, they can never get rid of the ternary operator for sure. Code does not have a ternary operator? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. All right. Screw you, Golang guys. Whatever. Fine. I'll tell you what. I'll do this to make this slightly less weird. If session key equals nil, that means it's available, right? Return I. Otherwise, return -1. Okay. Now, this, normally not a huge testing guy, not a huge system test, unit test kind of guy. But this is an awesome opportunity to do unit testing because you can kind of do some test-driven development here, right? So we can get in here and write a couple unit tests to exercise these new methods I'm making and validate they're working. So let's figure out, let's go find out how to do that. How does Golang like to do that? Okay, so testing, import testing, test convert, testing, T. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember where they put it. I know there's like a special place to put these, right? Underscore test.go. Okay. Yeah, okay, got it. All right. So we just need a new. I guess they put it in a separate file. I know they put it in a separate file called underscore test. Let's see. Okay, test xxxx. Yeah. All right. Benchmarks, etc. Fuzzing. Oh. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Didn't even know there was a name for that. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see how we're supposed to structure that. I want an easy guide. Let's see that. Implementation. Yeah. Okay. Great. All right. So then underscore test. That's two people are saying that. So let's go with that. So we're going to create ourselves a brand new file. That's what it's going to be called. User test go, right? And then test main. Yeah, I don't think I need all that. So let's go back to this guy's thing. Package API, right? Yeah. And then import. I'm going to stick with this forever. Just like I like that syntax, and even for one thing, I'm going to do that. So we're going to test sessions, test user sessions, and it takes T. Okay. All right. So now, what are we going to do? This is where you gotta. This is why I'm a crappy tester, because I just never want to do anything that will break my code. But to test this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a new user object, right? So a user. Yeah, we're gonna need to create a new user. So let's see, what is it? User from email, and it'll be test at oomdraw.com. All right. So the first things we should do, I guess I want to, what's funny about testing is, testing is code too, and you can screw up in your testing. So what I tend to do is I write a test, and I kind of manually inspect the results and see if it does what I expected, and then I copy those results back into the test for validation later. So is there an assertion or something in here? It's got to be like an assert, right? Where's the unit test package? Isn't there some way to assert? Come on. Take a look again at the this thing. Okay. What functions are there? No, not what I expected. But let's see, what does test take? Test takes a type of testing dot T, whatever type T is. Type T. Okay. Cleanup, error, fail, fail now, fatal. All right. Okay. Fail, fail now. All right. So I guess they just expect you to use if statements and fails. They don't want you to do asserts. Here's the cool thing about the Golang guys is they're not dumb, and they've done this a long time. So they made some very opinionated choices about how you can write Golang. So I guess somebody there didn't like asserts. You know what an assert statement is? Basically where you put a Boolean inside this function and it fails if the value is false. So I guess somebody over there doesn't like that. So we're gonna let's see. So we're gonna say I'm gonna get a new session, right? User.new session. So we're gonna go ahead and test. We're gonna say like nil. This should never happen. I don't think it's even possible for this to happen, but it's a good way to get warmed up. Say, can I do that? But it doesn't even take, it doesn't take a string, does it? It doesn't take any parameters? No. Okay. So let's see if we can test. Go test. Go test. So how do I do that? internal. Oh. Let's see. All right, let's try that. Ta-da! Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. Okay, interesting. Session ID. Yeah, I typed the wrong thing there. All right, so it already found a bug. Nice job. Okay. So on user.go, let's take a look at what I did. Let me close some of these things too. Get some of this stuff out of my way. Okay, there we go. User.go, session ID. Okay. Oh yeah, right, because there's no such thing as that. If it's blank, I forgot, because in Golang. Okay. Undefined user from email. Okay, cool. We're getting there. User from email. Did I do the wrong package over here? Package API, right? I should have access to that method, right? What did I do wrong there? Yeah, API. Did they have to do anything crazy to make this work? Okay, let's see. Start the function with test underscore. Oh. Well, okay, so is that what I want to be doing here? So okay. Still user from email, not happy about that. Is it user by email or user from email? Is that what I did wrong? It's user from email. Okay. Obviously, did I put it in is it in the wrong? Oh, it's in the wrong folder. Look at that, guys. So check this out. It's like, it's in the wrong folder. Let's put it in the right folder. Yes, I'm sure. Okay. There. Okay, so it did test it. It tested OOM API and it passed. Very good. Okay, cool. So now we can go and do some more test-driven development stuff. Let's see. Oh, wow, time is flying, man. It's almost 9:30. Remind me, 30 minutes. I'm gonna get a soda or something. I'm like thirsty. So okay, where were we? Let's do some more unit testing. We're going to. So we have a session, right? Now, did I expose that? So the convention is actually I don't even need to do that. I'll do this way. I don't have to expose that, or well, I will expose that, but I don't know if anybody cares much. Basically, if you put a capital letter, then it's exported, so that can be public, right, in Golang. Unless I'm thinking of Rust. I've been learning Rust at the same time. No, that's definitely Golang. I think. Okay, now I gotta check. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, public functions are uppercase, which is elegant, and yet it seems just really kind of English chauvinistic. Now, I'm spending a lot of time in Thailand and stuff. So like a lot of languages don't even have the concept of uppercase. So what does that mean? It's like you have to program in English. I know, but it's like it just seems kind of rude to make a language feature dependent on a feature of your actual spoken language. It's kind of brutal. Like Chinese. What does uppercase Chinese look like? I don't know. So what we want to do is let's think of the cases we want to test. We want to do we want to look at the array? So we added a session. So now the array should have 4 empty slots, right? And we want to fill the array up, and then we want to see that it got rid of our initial session. So, all right. This is why testing is a pain, because it's like it's kind of a lot of work to actually test. So here's what we'll do. For how do you do a for loop, complete for loop? Initializer, you can do that, right? Yeah, you can. Okay, that's what I thought. For I is less than max sessions, I plus plus. So we're going to fill up our session array first step, right? Okay. And we're going to do okay, so basically we're going to ask for 5 sessions, and if it fails to return a session at any point, then we will fail. So that makes sense. Uh-oh, I think I'm going to sneeze. It's going to suck. Can I figure out how to mute myself in time? I don't know. I don't know. I guess I did. Nice. Okay. Sorry about that. Where were we? We are hopefully going to fill up, the goal is, okay, so we're going to fill up the session array. And then we're going to hold on to oldest equals u.sessions 0. So we're going to grab the one out of the first slot, right? Then we're going to add one more session. Wait, let's see here. Oh, this is tricky. We got to do this u dot new session, right? Yep. So basically, we're calling new session, and we're throwing away the result because we don't care. We're going to grab the oldest session, right? And then we're going to do, we don't care again. Well, let's see. Actually, we do. Maybe we do kind of care, but I don't know. Okay. And then all we got to do is validate that the oldest session is gone. And that's the easiest way, I guess, is if oldest session dot session ID equals well, yeah, this is not 100% true. To really test this, we'd have to loop through the array and make sure it doesn't exist anywhere. Okay, let's see. Maybe I can do that. That will let us exercise another function. So, yeah, because we're going to want to get the session by ID. So that means we're going to add a new Gotta add a new. Wait, what am I doing here? Oh my God! I've started writing code. Started writing test code in the actual implementation. So let me undo all that. Get rid of all that. Okay. Next session slot. Boom. All right. Now, where was I? Back over here. Fine. Whatever. Just write it again. Oldest equals u dot 0. I don't know if you have to do that or that. I'm not sure what the deal is with the ignore. We'll find out. I'm sure Golang will tell me. Okay. Now if oldest session, let's see. I'm gonna session ID. Session ID string, right? Okay, so what's the most efficient way to search? It's really that easy, huh? Let's see. All right, that's kind of what I was looking at before, this range business, right? Okay. Now, once again, it pays to learn the idiom, you know, especially early on when you're first starting with the language, to make sure you're not doing stuff in a weird way. Like I think I wanted to maybe rewrite this too, because this looks cleaner. Yep. Okay, see, that looks a lot cleaner already. Let's see, did I break anything? Too bad I don't have a test. Okay, let's see. Let's make sure I didn't leave anything in a weird state. Right. 41. Is it in or of or, oh wait, oh, it's not, none of the above, it's actually colon equals. Okay. No new variables left side of equals. Oh, okay, wait. That's all in user test. Okay, cool. All right. Let's fix that stuff. Okay, so that was all to decide session from ID. So I was going to do this, right? What's funny is these two functions are basically the same. So in this case, though, okay, if it equals, return it. Otherwise, return -1. Okay, so now over here, oldest session, I'm going to do that. I think that I was right before, that if you ignore it, you don't have to do that anymore. Or maybe I do. We'll try it. Now, let's see. If u.session from ID, and now let's see, wait, also, it's returning, new session returns a pointer to the session, right? That might be a problem. Let's see. Well, maybe it's not a problem. Even though it's been removed from the array, it should still exist. So Okay. Session from ID. And actually, session from ID should return a pointer to a session, I guess, right? If not equal to nil, okay. Okay, I declared but not used. All right, good. Where is that? User.go. Boom. Yep. Thank you, Go, for saving me from myself. Yeah, let's see. New variables on the left side, so that's 11.5, right? Line 11, 5. Mm, 11 column 5. Hold on. Oh, okay, maybe this thing's always defined. Okay, undefined session, line 13. Okay, I see what's happening. Yep. I was an idiot for changing that. Okay. Define U. 18. Okay, user. Okay, session ID. Get my capitalization squared away. Okay, well, it passed, I guess. So, you know, it's always good to see it fail once too, though. So we'll say, and just to make sure, yep. Test user session failed. Okay. I still think it's weird that I can't like put a message or something in that fail now function. Just seems like, I don't know. I guess people will figure out why it failed, but I don't know. I guess you just look at the backtrace, huh? Okay. So, all right, well, that's kind of cool. That worked. So we validated that we can fill up the array. Well, wait, I didn't implement that code though, so that's not, well, let me think. What have I done? That test should have failed. So let's figure out what I did. So session from ID. Is there a log? It's like can I do t.log or something? Is it log f or something? Let's see. Yeah, log f. Oh, error f. I could do that, I guess. Oh, there you go. Oh, now I've learned some stuff. Okay, cool. So we got log f, we got fail f. Okay, so let's see. Wait. Log f is just logging, and then error f is an error with, okay, let's see. Okay. Fatal f is going to be, We'll just do that. Okay. And down here, let's do some logging. Okay. Got no log results. Why is that? Things in the error log. Let's see. Test dash test dot v flag. Ah, okay, cool. Okay, so oldest session, there's our session ID, right? Very cool. Happy Halloween, by the way, guys. It's Halloween in Bangkok already, so not that that matters much in Bangkok, but yeah, happy Halloween anyway. Let's see. I'm gonna do my, let's see, I think I can do this let. Okay, what is that? I'm trying to remember how to do that. Can I do an if with initializer? Yeah, that's what I thought. So where did I go wrong? Let's see. Found S. Oh, no let. Right. So, let's see. When I'm doing my... Oh, I'm still just jamming it in slot 0 like a dummy. That's why. So, that is my fault. I equals next session slot. So if I is less than 0, that means we have no free session slot, so we need to shift everything down 1. So let's see. How do I move array elements? Let's see. Pen, copy. Copy. What does copy do? Copy does slices. Let's see. Cute. So copy. All right, let's see. How do you move a slice around? All right. I mean, I guess I could do the dumb thing and just do a for loop. Let's see. Don't want to do it that way. I just feel like there should be a better way to do it. You know what? I'm just gonna write it. Sometimes you can overthink things. This is very small. Here's the deal: performance of this does not matter. We're in the order of doing tens of operations, so performance is not a big deal. So we'll just do this. I equals, let's see, 0. I is less than. You do len, right? It's like len, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Len u dot sessions. Okay. So normally, okay, so the length, so we're going to stop before the end, but we're actually going to stop one before the end. And u dot sessions I equals u dot sessions plus 1, right? Okay. And now that means that, okay, so let's think about this. So the length is going to be 5. 5 minus 1 is 4. So it's less than 4. It's going to stop at 3, which is going to copy the contents of 4 into 3. Is that right? So we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the 5 positions we have. So it's going to stop at 3, copy the contents of 4 into 3, and then we're going to bump I. And now I is good. So I is going to contain the new session. All right. Let's go ahead and run our test and log some stuff. And we're not going to do the full syntax because it's going to be kind of big. Okay. Whoop, what do we got here? Panic. Nice. Whoa, that's a lot. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we've got 1 session, 2 sessions, 3 sessions, 4 sessions, 5 sessions. Okay, got there. Got our oldest session, and now, boom, a panic. We got a panic. I'm glad to see that all that type safety stuff's working. and that is happening where? What line did it panic on? New session. User.go line 44. Is that right? User.go line 44 is that. Okay. All right. If I is less than 0, that means we didn't find it, right? So the length minus 1, I plus plus. Oh, okay, maybe actually. So if it's less than, yeah, I think I is actually already, it's kind of tricky, but we'll do it this way. I is already incremented to where we needed it. So now it's good. So we can see up here, our sessions are filling up. Now there's 0, there's nothing there. This is hard to read too, by the way, I know. But like, okay, now we have 1 session. Now we have 2 sessions, 3 sessions, 4 sessions. Let's look at the last one. The last one, yep, now it's full. The array's full. And then we have the oldest session, right? And that's the last thing we print. But if we look at this, okay, it would fail if it found that session by ID. So in order to really validate this, let's go ahead and do another, before we allocate that, let's make sure it actually finds it, right? So, okay. It passed. Once again, the problem is, yeah, do you trust it? Did it actually pass? So let's see. Go ahead and cause it to deliberately fail. Yep. Okay. Okay. So now I think the session stuff is kind of working. So if you look how it works, anytime we call new session, it's going to find a slot no matter what. So it's like either it finds an empty slot, meaning we haven't used all of our sessions up, and it kind of sucks because this is an edge case, right? I'm almost tempted to just automatically shift every time instead of doing this check. I'm making things a little complicated. Only the first 5 sessions even have a problem here, you know? See what I'm saying? Like, if I just inserted it at the end of the array, then I'd have a bunch of blank sessions at the beginning and whatever, but this makes me, it would offend my sense of neatness to do it that way. But now we have the logic. So basically, we get our next slot. This only happens the first 5 times you log in or whatever. And then, yep, if there is no slot, then we shift everything down and we stick your new session in there. We have the ability to look up a session by ID. That's cool. Okay, so we're kind of making progress. And like I said, this is one of the cases where I think unit testing is actually pretty useful because it's good to just check these edge cases out. It's kind of hard to system test them. You have to log in, log out a bunch and everything. So I think this is valid. But now let's go back to where we were originally over here in our WebSocket stuff, right? So all that just to get these 2 lines of code, right? So we got a new user and we got a new session, right? So the next bit is to actually authenticate the user. We're going to need to send them an email with that cool session key in it. But before we do that, I'm going to get some soda. Hold on a second. I got soda water over here that I'm going to open because I'm thirsty. All right, hold on. And if anybody's interested, I was doom scrolling the other day, and I saw this YouTube video about the optimal way to empty a bottle, like a bottle of water. And if you turn it upside down, it just kind of glugs, and there's a problem because you have to wait for the bubbles to propagate back up through the bottle, and it's kind of a problem. But if you really want to empty it fast, the secret is you create a small vortex in the bottle. So as you turn the bottle upside down, give it a quick little, like kind of like you're stirring with a spoon or something, and give it a quick spin, and it creates a vortex inside, and it empties twice as fast. So if you don't want to waste 6 seconds emptying a bottle of soda, you can do it in 3. So that's too much. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Golang, saving me from myself, exactly. All right, let's see. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about this chatting in 2 places. It's kind of hard. Sorry, guys. If you're chatting to me in one place, I'm probably looking at the other place, and I'm trying to catch up. But yeah, I'm trying to remember to look. Okay, so the next bit is we've got our session. So we want to send an email to the user and have them authenticate that. So, yeah, okay, I did smtp.com last episode. So I will, let's see. Let's look at sending email from Golang. Let's go learn about that. And we'll probably have to get into a little bit of templating, stuff like that too. Let's clean up some of these things for a second. And actually, maybe this is a good spot for a quick GitHub push or something, because I think that things are, there's enough functionality here. I don't want to lose it, so go ahead and get that going. All right. Quite a bit, actually. Okay, push this bad boy up. Okay, there we go. All right, let's read some about SMTP. I'm sure there's a built-in stuff for that. All right, let's see. Yep, there's a built-in SMTP package. Nice. All right. Okay. Once you've got your authorization, you just send mail address auth from to, and the message is a pure byte array. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's just going to send plain text though, right? So we're probably going to be a little fancier than that. Okay. So here's where knowing the right things to search for might help. So I send multi-part email from Golang. Yeah. On Stack Overflow. Let's see here. Let's see here. We'll go, let's see. Oh, this is some mailing service, so let's see. Yep. Nice. Okay. So yeah, this is the trick. I mean, sending emails, people think it's like it's easy, right? But it's not as easy as you would think it would be. To send those nice, pretty HTML emails, you got to send a multi-part email with plain text as well. So, let's see here. Sorry, guys, I'm still drinking that soda. It's pretty good stuff. Well, it looks like I've seen a couple packages here that might do this for us. So let's see what we got. How long has it been since this thing has been archived? That's bad news. Or maybe it's good news. SMTP doesn't change much, so maybe it just doesn't need to change anymore. I don't know. Let's see. New SMTP. Last update was like in 2014 or something like that. Go to small, nimble, manageable SMTPs. None of those. Client fields email. Okay, let's see. Attachments. It'll do attachments, which I guess is nice. Let's see here. See what else comes up. Okay, so nothing much there. This is like the built-in SMTP package. We'll go look at that real quick. All right. Yep. ESMTP, huh? Not super helpful. Okay, so obviously this is kind of a pain. I have an idea though. Okay, so first you have to understand the issue here. So the issue is when you send an email, SMTP is a really old protocol, right? And it's pretty much, it was originally built around ASCII, and it's been upgraded over the years and does, obviously Unicode, things like that now. But originally emails were just text, just plain text like you'd see in Notepad, right? But now people want the fancy HTML, fancy images, stuff like that. And so the trick is you have to send a specific format. If you've ever seen it before, let's take a look at an example real quick. If we can find one. So right there. This is a multi-part message in MIME format. See, then there's your boundary text stuff. Right? So these headers in conjunction with the body define how these different pieces of the email are encoded. So imagine if you took like multiple, they're like separate files essentially, all sent in the same stream of characters, right? So each time you see this boundary thing, you also see a new MIME type, right? And so text plain, attachment, etc. like that. So what I'm thinking is the simplest way, either I can find one of these third-party packages that does MIME encoding and use that. I think what we're going to want to do is we're going to find a decent template library. And we will just construct a template that actually kind of assembles a multi-part MIME message manually, sort of. Like, because I mean, it's hard-coded, right? I mean, it's really literally, the message is going to be very simple. It's just going to send, a button and say, hey, click here to log in. So what I'll do is I'll get a nice HTML format email, and then I'll create this template, and then I'll turn the template into bytes and send that along. I think that will work. Obviously, if I was going to be sending a ton of emails, I probably would want to do it that way. But it looks like I'm really just going to be sending this one, and maybe at some point I'll send some notifications or something. But even then, just doing templating is not the end of the world. So let's go look at my settings now. Let's look at Golang template libraries. Text. Templates in Golang. There's a built-in one? Huh. Let's see. Okay. Sorry about that. Here we go. Let's see. HTML template. What is the package HTML template have to do? Template. Can I spell template? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Template new name. Let's see. Okay. All right. Sorry if that's loud, guys, but I'm super thirsty. So, okay. So they have this HTML templating thing, which is kind of cool. Okay. All right. This seems pretty cool. Okay. All right. I'm kind of sold. So let's go back to the text templating stuff. Okay. All right. No, that seems pretty straightforward. Okay. So you see what the deal is. So it's, this is apparently Golang's built-in templating library, which is kind of cool. They have the ability to do ifs and things like that. That's kind of cool, I guess. Okay. Okay. So here's how I think we want to handle this. Step one is I'm going to create an email module in here to be able to send emails. And it'll deal with SMTP connections and all that kind of stuff. And then I will implement the templating stuff so that I can create some HTML emails with at least some semi-nice formatting to send out. So let's go ahead and create a new file, and let's call this one email. Boom. And so it's always nice to think, like, what do you want the interface, this thing in a perfect world? It was funny, like I learned this when I very first started programming, like in the 80s, the early 80s, whatever. There was a programming book that said, if you're not quite sure yet how to do something, write a function definition that explains, the interface at least, so you know what the function's going to do, and pretend your smart friend's going to write it later. I think some of you might have heard this before. But so the smart friend theory is you do that, but you're the smart friend, and you have to come back and write the function later. But for now, let's think about what we want this send email function to look like. So we probably want it to be fairly low level. Pardon me. So it's going to take, let's look at the SMTP package itself. Here you can go. There's a send email thing here somewhere, right? Send mail right there. Yep, it connects it, switches to TLS. It's got a from, address, a to, list, message, and that's it. Headers first, a blank line, then the message body. Okay. Yep, RFC 822. Get a RFC 822. That's really old. CRLF terminated. Fine. Let's see. Should include is from to subject CCBC sending BC CLN. Sending BCC messages is accomplished by including an email address in the to parameter, but not including it in the message headers. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. So DKIM. Do we have to do some DKIM signing? Oh man, this sounds like it's gonna be fun. Let's read about DKIM. I wonder if smtv.com handles that for me. I'm not going to worry about this yet. It's going to make me crazy. So let's try and keep it simple. So what we're going to do is we're going to write a function sendMail that behaves somewhat like this, but will hide some of the implementation details. So let's see here. So email. All right, and so the configuration, it will use our application configuration, so we don't have to worry about passing in the server or authorization or any of that stuff, right? So even the from, I'm tempted to leave the from out because we will know who it's from, and we can use the configuration to generate that. Oh, sorry, just 1 second, guys. Sorry, I guess my allergies, I think there's a lot of pollen or pollution, or probably pollution here in Bangkok today. Anyway, sorry about that. So yeah, so the from, let's see. I will do that. I'll do from, I will pass that in, but I will also deal with it being blank. And then to, okay, and then the message. Now the message is going to be a little different. So we're going to have a template, and then we're going to have a context, which will be an interface, right? So it could be anything, error, and that's going to be your function signature. That makes sense. And then the job of the sendMail function is to construct the body and populate the template and all that stuff. So when I say template string, that's going to be like, I'll have a library of email templates that I'm going to send. So it'll be like the authentication email template or whatever. Or if I have to do some notification, some other kind of notification template, I'll put that in there. So for now, let's at least just see if we can get connected to SMTP and send something. So, is this another good case for unit testing? I believe it is, guys. This is, like I said, normally not a huge fan of that stuff, but things like this, it's a fairly complicated subsystem with a fairly simple interface. This is a really good case for a unit test. So let's go ahead and create ourselves an email unit test here. Right. Okay. API. I don't know if we got import testing, right? Is that all we got to do? I don't know what I would do if I didn't cannibalize my own code all the time. Let's see, you're testing. Yeah, that's right. Okay, and then cannibalize some more. Test send email. And it is, what is it? It's T. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. And let's just verify. Verify that it runs as intended. Okay, that's good. Email is not quite done yet. Where did I go wrong here? Parameter list, unexpected. Oh wait, so I probably did this wrong. How do you interface? How do you do interface? Yeah, interface. Okay, it's interface that. Missing return. Oh, okay. All right, passed. Okay, let's get rid of some of this logging out of our session secret stuff because that's too much. Let's see. Yeah, it's too much. Now, hopefully I'll just see. Testing, send email. Nice. All right. Okay. So, let's write a test. Send email from, I'm going to leave blank, to, let's see. See, even something as simple as this, like, I guess I don't want to hard code my email address in there because if somebody ever downloads this code, or if I make it public, I want people sending me 1,000 test emails. We should pull it out of the configuration, so let's look at config again and see how we did that. Okay. Yep. Is there... I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just do it in the email test itself. And so this brings up... Did we see something like test main? It's like... let me look that up. Google... Wait, Golang... unit test main. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. I see. I see what that's for. See, what I was thinking was use that to initialize the email address. But you know what we'll do? We'll just can I do that from here? Actually, I already know that. I have that logic over here somewhere. We just need OS. Right. And going to we're going to grab the email address. os.getenv. Or is it? Yeah, it's getenv, right? Okay. So it'll be, so, yeah, we can have an init func here, right? There we go. So, say test email to, it's going to be an empty string, right? And then, gosh, if I declare that, it'd be like var test email to string, right? Is that right? Test email to equals equals getenv. Yeah, good enough. And then we'll set that right. So now we got our from address. We got our to array. So it's an array. So can I do that? Is that legal? Is that legal syntax? Probably not. We'll see what happens. And then template, we're going to say authenticate. And then context for now, we'll just use nil. Okay. So I'm going to set the error response there. Sorry, I'm just checking in with you guys, trying to once in a while. Oh man. Bye, Marcy. See you later. Sorry, I missed Marcy. She left a long time ago. And I'm already getting spam. Nice. Free Bert Girls chat. How cool is that? How do I mark this as spam? Report. Spam. Okay, report that. Great. Guess I'll report them all. Sorry. Doing my bit. Trying to fight. This is why I really didn't want to enable chatting in YouTube, and I think I was right. I'm just trying to figure out a smoother way to get people who are actually watching the stream to get in and talk to me on Discord or something. I wish it would be easier. All right, so let's get back to work. So we got our send email test here, and so to make this work, we're gonna have to go over here, and we'll have to set test email to means. And I'm not trying to hide that because I've had that email for like 20 some years now, I think, or whatever, and I get a million spams. So if I get a few more, I don't think I'll notice. Let's go ahead and try and test, see what happens. Okay, setup failed. Illegal rune literal. Oh, because I probably did some single quotes again. I forget all the time to put single quotes on things. Yes, right here. All right. Expect to type found comma. 18. Okay, so this is not legit. It's complaining about that. So I think I can do what I do. To. How do you initialize a static array? Can I do it that way? If that doesn't work, I'll do something else. Is that how you do it? It's okay, fine. I'm going to break down. I'll test it. Let's see. Golang initialize array. Let's see here. Okay. I think if I do it the other way, it's going to be a slice, but I can do that. Let's see. Our to list. Wait, can I just do that then? Hold on. Who asked you for that? Can I just do Is this legit? Oh, okay, cool. It actually kind of worked. Kinda. Let's see here. If then dot fatal if okay. Oh, all right. Well, so it kind of worked. We got this far anyway. Sorry about that. So we go back into our test send email, right? Let's see. We got into here. Testing send email, good enough. Where's my cursor? There we are. Okay. Did it actually get my... Let's just do this. What's it called? Log? Oh, I see. This is a kind of a funny issue because like I'm using the logger that is embedded in the web frameworks context everywhere, but I think it's actually underneath. It's using the same logger that the Golang runtime exposes. So I think I can just import that Golang log package. Yeah. So log debug, right? Is there a debug? Or printf? All right, let's see here. Import log. Printf. Do. Okay. I think I should call that to list and not to. Alright. Okay. Well, that's fine, except it's I think it's the level is not high enough, so I'm not seeing anything. Let's take a peek at config. Okay. Log.debugf. Oh, I can do that. Okay, so let's just do that. Log.debugf. Did I type that wrong? Log.debugf. Oh. Got it. Different module. Okay. Yeah, but I didn't get any debugging output though. Is it because... Oh, I know, because remember this? Dash test v. Yes. Okay. So now, all right. So this all looks like it worked. So, yeah. So we'll just go ahead and put this in here. It's like, the only thing about this test too is like, I don't know. I want it to send me an email every time I run the test. This is the other problem with unit testing, automated unit testing, right? It's like, that means every time I run a unit test, it's going to send me an email. It's like, I'm not sure I really want that. Well, I guess we'll deal with that in a minute. Right now, I do want it to send me an email because I want that to work. So, let's see. The next step will be, let's just go ahead and get the email configuration stuff into our config file so we can access it, and then we can use SMTP to send us something. So all I need for that is, let's look at that module again. Okay. So the adder Yep. So that's the host, right? So email host, and then an auth structure, whatever that is. Auth interface. Oh, start. Cram D5 auth, plain auth. Okay, I see what's going on. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, so let's go reread smtp.com, their documentation, see what they prefer. Whether we want to use the cram D5 or plain auth, we'll see. I don't think I really want email API, although I could, I guess, but I don't want to code to their API. I'd rather just use SMTP if possible. Although, if this is easy to use, it would save me a lot of trouble. Let's take a look. Let's look at their API. Okay. Let's see their API. What does it look like? Yeah, I already have a plan. Just log me in. All right. Let's see here. Let's see the API documentation. RESTful. What is HateOS? What is that? Oh, I've never even heard of that one. Hypermedia as the engine of application state. What the hell? Never even heard of HateOS. Okay. Sorry guys, you signed up for this. You're going to have to read about HateOS now. Cause if I've heard a new word I've never heard of in relation to REST, that's crazy. Dynamically through hypermedia REST. Hypermedia. Corba? How old is this? It's mentioning Corba. It's part of Roy Fielding's original dissertation. Okay. Somebody was doing some serious navel gazing when they wrote this, but that's fine. I don't really care. All right. Authentication. API key. Clear enough. Good with that. Basic auth. Bearer. Nice. Liking it. Liking it a lot. Statistics. Account. Channels. API keys. Alerts. DKIMs. Messages. Okay. Can we send email this way, though, or not? Maybe we can't. This might have been a complete waste of time. I guess we can't send emails this way, though. Okay. Reporting, alerts. Domain details. So it's like for managing their. This is like if you wanted to maybe use them as a reseller. You wanted to be reseller with them or something. But that's not what we want at all. Okay. Wait. Email API. DKIM key. It still kind of implies I can send an email with them, but I don't get it. I'm already, wait, hold on, I already logged in though, right? Hell. Okay. Behind documentation, but I'm logged in. I feel like I'm going in circles here. Never mind. Just gonna go with plan A. Okay. So what I'm gonna need is a host. So let's figure out how to connect to this thing here. Let's see. Decorations, maybe? Is that useful? Nah, not useful. Okay. Yep. All right. Yeah, I've already got all that stuff. Okay, let's see here. What's IP warming? Oh, not this again, right? I think this is what I wanted, almost. Send.smdp.com. Okay, fine. Let's do it this way. So over here, we're going to add some more configuration stuff here. Okay, we give ourselves an SMTP host, and that's going to be I know that they love this thing. It's like that OS lookup end. Let's look at that again, because I think, does it take a default parameter or something? What's it called? Lookup env. Let's see here. Hot examples. Let's just look at the package. Okay. Yeah, there's no way to pass a default value there, right? That's what I was afraid of. Yeah. All right, fine. So I got to do it this way. So if I'm just going to do it this way. Up env. So I'm just going to reuse the same variable. Host. Right. Up. SMTP host. Okay. Equals v. Otherwise, I'm just leaving it be. Oh, actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to go ahead and initialize it to equals send smtp.com. Right? Yep. Very good. Okay. Sorry about that. Still loud. So what else do I need? I'm going to need... I'm going to go with plain auth, I guess, because that should work for sure. I guess identity. What's identity? What is identity? Let's look at plain auth real quick. Let's see. And act as identity. Okay. That's still not super helpful, but I guess we'll, all right. Identity. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put that in there anyway. It's going to be a little bit wordy, but we're just going to go ahead and roll with it. Okay, so, yep. If I were feeling more froggy tonight, I guess I could, I mean, this offends me, this scheme. If you see where this is going, right? I mean, this is ugly. So, sorry about that. This is starting to make me mad. I think it's time to write some code. So the question is, is there introspection? We're getting into reflection here in Golang, because I've never done any Golang reflection before. So let's see how that goes. All right. Because what I want probably is something that looks like, see, I'm not even 100% sure how to do this in Golang, but it would be like, you know, a variable and then default value thing going on. Let's see. Like that, then, you know, see, am I overthinking this? Let's look at this real quick. Let's say we written a module like this. Okay, so this is one of my downfalls, is like, I could write the 3 if statements it's going to take to do this now, you know, SMTPOs and all that stuff, 3 more. But if I do that, then I'm just dooming myself to this pattern for the rest of the application, and it's really kind of ugly, and I don't like it. It's going to be a pain to maintain and all that stuff. So I'm thinking the correct solution in this case might actually be something like we use for JSON annotations. Have you seen that before? So it's like, let's see, Golang annotations, is that what it's called? Yeah, let's look at struct tags and Go. Yeah, this thing, right? The backtick stuff. All right. Okay. So you see where I'm going with this, right? So what I could do is I could put some struct tags on my config structure to give the environment key, name, and a default value optionally or whatever. And then I could simply iterate over that structure and populate it without having to have all these if statements, which is super ugly. And I'm tempted to do this. Yeah, see, this is how it's used by JSON, right? So let's read a little bit more documentation on that, see how it works. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's still doing the JSON stuff. Okay, here's some YAML, I guess, right? Okay. Use a reflect package with a reflection, right? Here we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, well, let's just look this up here. Let's see how it's done. Yeah, it shouldn't take that long. This will make us smarter. Our brains will grow like maybe by 30%, not that much. Let's call it 3%. 3% bigger after this. Let's see here. Syntactic sugar. That's pretty funny. Oh, I know where I've seen this before because I ended up writing a bunch of reflection code for my other project. I ended up dealing with reflection stuff. Okay. Let's see if we can find. See if we can find the source code for the JSON module and see how they do it. Where is it? It's right in here. Excuse me. Let's see here. Is it under standard library? It's not. It's just that, right? Source. Where would this be, I think? Yep. Let's see. Encoding. All right, let's see here. Marshall indent. So it's really kind of it's really informative if you go look at standard library code because it kind of gives you an idea of how people really use the language. People who know what they're doing, right? So let's see here. Okay. Yeah, see, it's getting to that reflection stuff, right? Oops, sorry about that. Okay. Okay. You know, this code's good, but let's look at my own code. I think I've written this code before. This is looking so familiar to me. Let's go look at GitHub. Mutex. Is that right? What's it called? Mutex, right? Mutex.us. Let's look at my own code for this, because I swear I've written something like this before. Persist. I think that's what I was doing. Okay. Is that right? No, this is SQLite stuff. Was that right? Did it reflect? Yeah, it uses reflect here. Yeah. Okay, I did like an ORM. I did like a tiny ORM for this project. So let me verify it's doing what I think it's doing. Back here. See if I can find some struct tags here. Is it in here maybe? Yeah, okay. Yeah. See this dbpk stuff? Yes. So I've already done this. I've already written this kind of code before. I just gotta refresh my memory of how I did it last time. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a struct tag like this. I'll probably call it like env or something, right? And then I got to figure out how I read it. I'm trying to go back in here and see. Right in here. So the way this works is, so you insert something and you get an interface, right? So the interface, then we get the type. Yep, we get the type. Then for each field in the type, we write the name of that field. Okay. Yeah. So this is the metadata. And then like what about the DB PK, right? Yeah, field.tag. Okay. So you can take a struct tag and you can say get that. Okay. Okay, primary key. All right. So I think we can make this work. So let's do this. Let's write what I think these decorators would look like. So debug mode, gonna be backtick env, and then we're gonna give it now let's see, what's the format gonna be of the string? So I need to have the environment key, right? And then I think I'll just have a default. Maybe I'll just do a default thing. That would make it even simpler. What if I do env key that, and I think I can do env default. But actually the default on this one I want it to be let's see. Excuse me. Debug mode equals no debug is blank. So no default for this guy. Okay. But Mongo URL does get it blank. So here we go. So env key for Mongo is going to be this. Okay. And I wonder, does it have to be in quotes or anything like that? Or I'm not sure. Let's see. Find out soon enough. And the default is going to be this. Oop. Now, is this going to be a problem? Because it's, I don't know. Well, let's see what happens. Can we compile this? Let's see if it works. Unexpected literal. Okay, so these do have to be in quotes, I guess. Is that true? Unexpected literal. Okay, let's see here. Did I do the wrong? That's a backtick though, right? I thought I saw this in my code over here. Wait, mutex. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. You can only have, okay, you only have the one. All right, so that's how it works, huh? Very well. Okay. So you can't have two of them, you have to have this. Okay. Okay, so that passed. Before I go too deep down into this, let's go ahead and start writing the code that's going to populate the structure. So, do you think we should make this a separate module? Maybe. because this is the kind of thing, I mean, I looked for one of these things before, I swear, and I couldn't find one. This looks like the kind of module that could be useful to share with people. So, tell you what, I'm going to give myself a 5-minute break. So you guys smoke them if you got them or whatever. Although I advise against smoking, it's not good for you. And then I'll be back and we'll decide. I think I'm leaning towards making this a reusable module because why not? It'll help the world out. So I'll be back in 5. Okay, I am back, and I have decided I'm going to go ahead and make this a public library, because why not? I think it's a useful feature, and I could not find it for the life of me. I really tried, and I couldn't find something that did this. So what we're going to do, we're going to build this as like a totally separate project. So let me look up a Go Lang. See what the easiest way is to do this. Let's see. Not a local package, but publishing Go modules. Go look at that. All right, let's see. All right. So I'm reading about what it's going to take to build one of these things. right. Publish module. Yep, we're going to put it in GitHub, so that's going to be easy enough. Discovery, let's see, package.go.dev, okay. Go get. Okay, so, I'm just trying to figure out what do I want to do as far as the structure of this thing. It's going to be pretty simple. It's literally going to be like one module. So let's create a Go module. Boom. Sorry. Okay. All right. Okay. So what are we going to call this module? We'll call it, what is it? How do we describe it? That's one of the hardest things about this job sometimes is, what do I describe this thing? It's a structure initializer, environment structure initializer, something like that. It's like it's a config tool helper thing. It's like, mconfig or something, or config env. So let's go look and see. Let's take a quick look at where the registration is. It's like let's see here. Oh, this looks kind of useful. Okay. See stable version, etc. See, where do they go? Let's see. Go package.go.dev, that's right. So let's look for config and see what shows up. Parse config. Tempted to call it something like mconfig. Oh, hey, wait. This thing exists. I don't have to write it. How awesome is this? All right. I am now a happy person. I think I just saved myself like 45 minutes of digging into something I didn't want to do. Okay, let's see. Okay. This is exactly what I wanted. So let's see what it's going to take to build this, get this thing here. Process. So you have to get a context. I see these guys are tryhards. These guys are real Golang tryhards. Because normally your initialization, well, I guess it could happen anywhere, but why would you be reading the environment at, runtime in the middle of your process? It's like normally you read that in initialization time, you don't touch it again. So why do they need to have a context? It's fine. Okay. So now, what is the package name? Okay. Yep. And so there it is. Boom. So I'm going to stop what I was doing. I am not going to do any of that. I'm going to go, okay, so now let's see. How do we use this thing? Yep. Boom. And I can have default, right? And there's like semicolon default. Is that how they did it? Or comma default? Okay. It's eerie how close that is to what I wanted. All right, let's see here. Okay. Let's just try this now and see if we can get this to work. Okay, so now no debug. I can get rid of this. Kind of. Hold on. So I'm going to save this for a second. So step one is call this thing. So we got to load this. Yeah, this guy went way over the top, didn't he? Let's see. Look upper. No, I think we just want to process. What's look upper? Pardon me. So process, that's right. Okay. Yep. Dot. Context dot. Background, right? They're both the same anyway, but context dot background, is that it? Background with a cap B. And then, let's see here, config. Yep. It's not a nil error then. We will error out fatal that error. Okay, cool. Now, if fig.debug mode is not equal to empty, let's see, or yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Bool. All right, then I'm going to do it this way. Debug. If config debug mode, then we set debug mode. Okay. I'll just have to remember to set debug mode. That was kind of lazy before. Okay, so we don't need that. We don't need the Mongo URL stuff anymore. That should just work. Okay. Now let's see if we can... all right. Got to get the module. Boom. Okay. Okay, I got to import context. Get rid of the first one, right? Okay, and I was wrong. Yeah, confusing. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see. It's complaining maybe because my default value is too complicated. Let's see. Oh, default equals. Yeah, okay. There we go. Okay, that's kind of groovy. Let's just print out our Mongo URL just to make sure it did what it's supposed to do. But let's write in here. I'm just going to do it. Let's see. Logf. Oh, and I probably got to enable. Actually, I got to enable debug first. So was it oomdebug? So that's not quite working yet. Let's see what Boolean does. If it's a bool, what does it have to be? Oh, I see. Let's see the source code, I guess. No init. Okay. So process with, let's see. If the type is bool. Okay. Parse. Oh, parse is a bool. Okay. strcom parse bool. So what is it looking for? Parse bool. Oh, T and F. Okay, so all right, fine. Yes and no are not an option. So let's do this. Okay. So it's still not doing what I thought it was going to do. Let's take a look in here. Config. Let's see here. All right. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, it did it print? Let's see. Interesting. What's going on there? That's kind of weird. Well, am I in config init somewhere? Okay, so the question is, how do I print something out here so I see if it's being called? I think it's not working. I think that I need one. Oh, wait. I know what I need, maybe. I think this guy's stuff. This is why sometimes I write my own stuff, because I have to figure out how this guy thinks and what he wanted to do. And his documentation is not great. But, let's see. Overwrite. Right. Let's do that. Or let's just do it this way. Yeah, see, there's some weirdness about Booleans, right? All right. Some snapshot debugging, man. Yep. So that worked. Okay. So debugging is true. That's the Mongo. Okay, so that's initialized. That's looking good. Okay. So we're setting the level to debug. That's right. Okay. I'm just wondering why I'm not seeing this then. I should be seeing this message down here. Okay. Oh, it did load the configuration. Okay, so then I'm not crazy. All right. So now I just got to put the host in here. So let's go ahead and fix these things up now. Now my life's going to get a lot easier, I think. Env : that's how it works, right? All right, I'm going to set that, and I think it gets a default. Right, there we go. And SMTP identity, which I still don't know what that is. I'm just going to set it to blank. It should be a blank string. Now env p user equals, do we have a default? No, I'm not even going to set a default. So we're just going to get that. And password. Okay. All right, that's cool. And see if it still runs. Yeah, kind of, maybe. Yep. SMTP identity is empty. Username's empty. Password's empty. Host is what I thought it was going to be. That's cool. Okay, so sorry about that. The coughing. Let's go ahead and I'm going to go off screen here and set up some of these things to be what I think they should be. Actually, to do that, I'm going to have to quit dumping my configuration too. So this is over. Okay, and I can get rid of this now too. Gone. You see how happy that makes me? It's like there's nothing nicer than when you leave a file shorter than when you came in. See now, look how much cleaner this is, right? This makes me super happy. And now, if I need to add more configuration options, not a big deal. Just go up here and I can throw some more up into the structure and annotate them, and Bob's your uncle. Good deal. So let's go ahead and go back into my, close some of these things. Yep. And let me check my stuff here. Okay. Okay, senders. What's SASL? So we get to learn something else. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Okay. Well, okay. I guess we'll just try it. See how that goes. Sorry here, let's see. See if this works. Okay. Okay, so I've added a, now I can add a default here, I think. So, okay, that makes sense. And we probably don't want to add a default, well, let's see. Yeah, we'll add a default from address too. And just sticking with this, I want to probably keep defaults for everybody, right? So I want to be able to override everything from the environment if I can. So default sender. Okay. Okay, so that's good. Now let me do some setting stuff here. Set. Sorry, I'm looking up some stuff about batch files real quick. Let's see. All right, let's see. I'm setting up my environment so I can actually use this thing. Okay. All right, cool. What else do I need to set? Might be it. I'm going to run a quick test here, and then I'll bring it back over. Let's see here. Here, this is cool. Guess what? Delete that now. Don't need that anymore. Okay. All right, we're getting somewhere. So now it's loading the configuration. I think if I've done everything correctly, I should have all the credentials I need, so we should be able to send an email. So let's go ahead back into our email test thing here. So we're actually doing this already. Okay, so this function. So in here, we've got to, like I said, this is the trickiest bit about any job, programming job, is like having pushed the stack down, 5 or 6 levels deep. Now we got to pop it all back to what we were originally doing. So we're building the send email function, and its job is to take a template name and a context object, populate the template, and send it, right? As a quick test, I think we're just going to use the built-in SMTP module and just send, probably just send the template name to me just to see if I can get that working. So let's go ahead and find that Golang SMTP module. Where is it? Not that one. God, I hope I don't have to implement dkim. Keeping that, we do want that. That we don't necessarily need, but we do need Golang SMTP module. Okay. Package. Okay, so we need what's the package? There's a sample or something. Net SMTP, got it. Okay. Okay, and we need to do plain auth stuff, I guess. Now, I was wondering about that before. It's like Yeah, see, the configuration gets initialized in the init function here. I don't think there's any guarantees about the order of init functions being called inside your module, you know, because it would be nice if I could just have one init function here to create that authentication context, and then I don't have to create it again. But I don't think there's anything guaranteeing that that will be called after config. Or, well, if I reference config, is it smart enough to know that? Let's try that. Yeah, I'm curious. I want to know. So this is going to be, let's see, what is the type name there? Duplicate auth. So it'll be smtp.auth, right? So var, and we don't want it to be exposed for sure, is going to be auth, right? With equals plain auth config.smtp identity config.smtp username config.smtp password config.smtp host. Now see, this is like, we went to all that work before to make this code super clean. So see how easy this is? It's like we kind of shifted the messiness back in here to the config functions, and now that this code can be pretty simple, because this code is going to be more complicated. And I talk about that sometimes with people, you know, with other programmers. It's like we're in the job of complexity management, and so, you know, you have to know when it's time to push complexity down the stack or whatever to kind of get it out of the way. So otherwise we would have to make this code more complex, right? Because I know from experience that this is going to become more complex, and so let's go ahead and start cleaning up now and getting the complexity level smoothed out, you know, instead of having it all in this one function. So all right, so I don't know if this is going to work or not, but maybe it is smart enough to know that it needs the config object before it can, I don't know. Yeah, it's not going to work. We'll see. Let's go ahead and try and send an email, I guess. So let's go ahead and yeah, I'm just going to grab the sample message, I guess. Okay. So the host we need from the config file. Wonder if I can just do it that way. Well, hold on. Let's take a quick look. Golang init function call order. Yeah, order. First question. Order. Yeah, but I'm more interested in different functions. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's kind of worried about. Order by the file name? They're loaded in order by the file name. Interesting. Wait, what? Interesting. What's going on? Only lead to table flipping. We realize the problem all along was that A becomes before B in the alphabet. Okay. That is kind of cool. It is alphabetical, so that okay, so I could depend on that, and it's just kind of a sleazy way to go about it, I guess, right? And does underscore come before everything else or not? I'm curious. I want to see something. So, okay. So config just happens to come at the top. So this is the kind of bug that I might not have figured out for a year until I came up with a module called, Abacus or something. it would be called before the configuration was loaded. Let's do this. I'm going to create a new one called a.go. All right. And like I said, it's good to know these things, so let's figure it out. Import. What is it? Fmt, right? It. Println module A. Okay. And then, so let's see where that pops up in the world. Or does it even get loaded? I wonder if it's even loaded or not. Let's see here. Where? What? Oh. Let's see. No test files. Do you want to just an email? Oh, oomdraw. Okay, I wrong name. That's what I did. API. Okay. Module A. See, module A gets called. Then the config module gets called. So that would have totally been a thing, and that would have sucked. I'm going to do this, and this is going to be tricky. I mean, this is something that, I don't know. If it was a convention, that would be nice, but it's not. But now if I run it, config should go first, right? Why not? Oh, is there something else special about underscore file names? Golang file names rules. I bet if I put underscore, it's like ignored or something. Time of the writing must begin one of the following. Underscore. Undefined config. Why is that? Did I put it in the wrong place or something? Okay, invalid input file name config. So it was compiling it, I think. Golang file name with underscore. What does that do? It's ignored by the build package. Okay. Oy, nice. Okay, well, let's keep looking. What are valid file names? I wish $sign were allowed. Well, this is going to really suck, but I could do this. Maybe. super, super ugly. Yep. See, it did load the initial. It loaded the configuration first, and then it ran module A. Zeroconfig.go is a winner. So here's what I'm going to do, though, just to make it look less like a typo. I'll do this. I'll do 0_config.go. And then that'll be slightly clearer to people why I did that, because I wanted it to pop to the top of the list. Okay, so now that the configuration is guaranteed to be loaded first, that's good. So I can get rid of the stupid module. Delete a.go. Don't need that no more. Okay, so now my configuration is also guaranteed to be loaded first. So that's cool. That makes me happy. All right, test send email. Did I actually send an email? Didn't do that yet, did I? Did I? Let me go check my email. Hold on, guys. Not yet. Let's see. I didn't get anything yet. Let me check my spam folder. It's very possible it showed up in my spam. Nope. Okay, let's see. Did not get an email. Let's see, is it actually calling it though? Let's see. Test send email, okay. Oh god, okay. Yeah, that's bogus. It's trying to send it through the example.com. Probably not going to get anywhere that way. So let's use the real thing. So let's use config.smtp host, right? Let's use our real auth object, which is true. That is hopefully the right one. And let's use the right sender, which would be, okay. So this is where, yeah, I'm going to have to do, can I redefine from? Can I shadow that? I was reading about Rust recently, so I can I shadow that? Where is that? Where's my config file? All right. Yeah, the default email sender. So here's what we're gonna. Let me try and do this. And let's see. From is blank equals dot default email sender. Okay. To list and message. And we'll see what happens there. Oop. Empty row. Did I do the single quotes again? Look at me. All right. Okay. Cool. Oh, doing Python. A little bit of Python here. Okay. Now where are we? Fatal address. I'm missing a port. Missing a port in the address. Okay. So, let's see. If I just put that in there, will that mess up the auth thing? That's going to be a pain if I have to do that. It's like if I have to have two different variables, but okay, we'll do it if we have to. TLS is what? TLS port is yeah, let's see. Thought I had that in here somewhere. All right, let's see, settings. Port. Let's try 465. That's SSO. See if it's smart enough to know about that. Okay. Well. That's just kind of hanging there, huh? Maybe I should just go back to 25. Stop trying to do something fancy. Okay. Unencrypted direction connection. Yeah. So what is which one's the port that's encrypted? Let's see. 20, 25, 25, 25. I guess try 25, 25. All right. Wrong host name. I was kind of afraid of that. Okay, so let's see. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this as an int, I guess. Okay. All right. Now we're going to have to do even more work over here to format that stuff. Sorry about that. So we'll leave this as is. That should be fine. And we'll do this var. And we'll just say, what I think I need format, right? Okay. Equals printf and config.smtp host and config.smtp port. Okay. Then we use the host down here. Okay, saved, right? And see what happens here. Null sender mail bomb detected. All right, let's see. Null sender. Null sender mail bomb detected. What's that mean? Okay, wait, well, did I just not initialize from properly somehow here? Let's see. From is blank, default email sender. Okay. should be calling it properly. Let's see here. Right. From. Right. Let's double check, I guess. Good. And where's my from at? Why didn't I get? Oh, I said set debug though, right? Sender blank. Oh, okay, well, that didn't work. So, what happened to my logic up here? I guess I can't do this. Okay, I know what is happening now, I suppose. Oy. I got a headache. Sorry. Yeah, let me see. This would be easier than any other. Let's see here. 5 parameter value go line. Can you do that? Let's see. I'm going to disable this for now because they're probably going to start blocking me pretty soon. if I keep trying to send bogus emails. All right, let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Message is declared but never used. Yeah, this is annoying. Fine. Comment. See how often I don't use this? Toggle line comment. There we go. All right, let's see. Sending to from is blank still. Okay. Default email sender is blank. Did I not configure that? Default email sender. Well, what the heck, man? Let's see. All right. Let's see what's up with that. So it's blank. Why is that? Well, I can't just go dumping that stuff anymore because I got passwords and things there. Let me figure out how to debug this. Yeah, I mean, it says the configuration is loaded, so. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Oh, we are almost out of time. Dang. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Okay, so this module that I got from this guy is not doing what I expected it to do. Is anything being set correctly? Is that being loaded properly? It is. That is working. So this one works. Did I do something wrong? Let's see. I typed it right? Oh, did I? There you go. And there's 0 syntax checking, so that makes sense, right? Okay, so now the sender's right. Now everything's right. Okay. That's how it is, man. Okay. So let's go back in here and let's put all this back the way it was. Yeah, I'm so confident I'm going to delete that line too. And interesting. Interesting. Well, it said it sent it. Where did it go, though? Well, give it another minute or two. And if not, then I'll have to work on this after the stream, guys. But at least we're not getting an error back. That's good. Let me go look at my dashboard for SMTP and see if it thinks I sent anything. It says 0 sent so far. All right. Well, that's not great, but I guess it could be worse. What, did I miss something here? So SMTP send mail, yeah, post. Yeah. Well, I didn't get an error back, but I also didn't get an email. So let's try one more time. And then after that, guys, I'm going to probably go find some lunch. And we'll call it quits for tonight. And it ran again. Let's see. Still 0 sent on my dashboard there. I'm looking at my email box in the other message here on the other window here. And not seeing anything. I'll tell you what, though. I'll post an update during the week if the email finally comes through, or if once I figure out what happened. Email is just always a nightmare, guys. So just don't let it get you down. It's not easy. But I appreciate anybody who made it to the end, and even if you didn't, I'm glad you came. So I will see you guys next week. Bye bye.